Hello, 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 hello. Yep, today we're gonna be continuing Alpha Gudra. It's been quite some time indeed. Almost a month, even. Gonna be running with it as usual. Indeed. One thing I'm gonna say that the game didn't save the last time that I did save, so there might be slight differences. So, but that's not too big a deal. I didn't lose out on anything. So that's good. But as usual, I'll be doing the map resets because it's the way that I've been doing this and it's the way that I'm gonna be doing this. We are currently at 224 faces in. Regular size 1011 alphas. So that's something for sure. And most likely gonna be getting a face or two today. Usually around 4 is the one that I at least be getting. Quite often than not, I'll be getting a full team, even. But yeah, let's see though. I still haven't changed my odds, so my odds are 1 in 2048 for the good drum. And for most other things. Very few of them would be, actually full odds. Even though there has been full odds one, at least one that has been found during this. But still gonna be checking out mass outbreaks and mass outbreaks when they do be appearing. And such. But yeah, I'm indeed quite hoping that there is still gonna be emptiness. As there is, because as I said, I don't know why it didn't save the last time. But thankfully it doesn't matter. But yeah, I haven't really changed out anything, because don't really touch this game that much. And no, still the same thing, going at nighttime to be getting the last... Until we do be getting the last nighttime exclusive alpha, or if we do be getting good reversed. Let's see. It feels weird but good to be back again. Is to be getting back, you know, to doing this weekly for sure. Quite like that indeed. The rain stopped indeed. What about the first good round? No. Unfortunately, not indeed. Still waiting for the Psyduck though. Maybe one day. I've gotten a few Bulldogs, but no Psyducks. It would be kind of nice to be able to get like an alpha done, not necessarily today, but this month. I'd very much like to be getting a shiny alpha. But yeah. Would be kind of goals, you know. Tackling down one of them. Because, if I remember correctly, it's basically no matter who decides to shine of the alphas, it's gonna be making a difference to the path. I mean, technically, I guess Rhyperior is the only one, because I've only found a Rhyperior from a massive mass outbreak. But also, like, I'm still probably gonna be going there anyway, so I guess that's one of the only ones that doesn't really alternate the path at all. But for most other things, it's gonna be making a difference to the path. Hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having quite a good day today, honestly. They sleep quite well as well, so that's nice. It's quite nice indeed. But yeah, indeed. Even though I will be probably saying it later today, at least when I do be getting more or less done that Indeed, I'm gonna be having at least 2 days off. Tomorrow and on Wednesday. But I would like to say that hopefully next week I can be returning back to Alpha Good regularly on Tuesdays. But yeah, still will be saying that always if you want more correct information, Discord is the place to be going, because there I'll be always be informing what I'll be doing the day, if I'm gonna be doing something about 10 minutes before I start doing anything. Wonder what the game has in store for us, because it's another completely empty one. I mean, I ain't complaining. You know, the more that I can be getting done, the better off for us. And also I would like to say that I'm still gonna be able to do at least the 60 checks. Because it is at least 10 in an hour. Usually it's 13, 12 checks an hour. Really depends on what happens with massive outbreaks and such. Chinese extract or another thing that would be making a difference, of course. Around there. Which is, in my opinion, quite a good amount. Because still, any progress to be progress. Any progress to be progress, indeed. But yeah, I'm still though in the minds of that I'm gonna be starting the surfing hunt soon-ish. You know, when we do be getting around to be doing it and such. I want to start it indeed soon, so in the marks for that. At least, I don't know. Like of course, as usual with any hunt that I want to be more consistent on, I at least want to be doing it once a week. Once a week is quite a good amount, indeed. But we'll see. Getting that funny ice cream cone. And as I said already before, and when I do be starting it, I'll be saying it again. It's mostly gonna be just the ice cream cones that I'm gonna be checking out, but if there is the brilliant Pokemons, then you know I'll be checking out those as well. Because I still find that that's kind of cool. I like the newer games in that there is sometimes, you know, floating Pokemons, like floating above the water. I wish that Scarlet and Violet would have been having more of those as well. There is some, and also in quite limited areas as well. But they are nice nonetheless. I think they like if it's like known to be a floating Pokemon, why couldn't it more often be actually like floating above the water? To be fair, it seems like some Pokemon to be only be floating above water in Scarlet and Violet because, or around water anyways. One of those be mischievous. It does appear somewhere else, but I mainly have been seeing them floating like near or above water. Which I still find super cool. As I said, I would be wishing more Pokemons would be doing that. Because there was so many cool Pokemons in Sword and Shield that they were floating above water. And I absolutely love it. Return to the village. Gonna continue soon. Check out thing real quickly. Okay. I will say one thing I'm a little bit surprised that I usually do be having struggles with, that I haven't had struggles with so far. Is whenever I'm switching between games, learning how to control the game. Mainly like different menus, of course, because usually movements are working in the same way. Usually. There is some games that, you know, there's some games that, for example, when it comes down to controls, you know, your usual games nowadays, they do be working with EEST control thing. as movements on the keyboard. Some of them still do be working as a like arrow keys, but they are usually like games that are kind of old, or like they are continuing like certain series and they have always worked in that way. I will say though, if I can, I mostly will be switching them to EEST. I can be using arrow keys, it's not a problem, but at the same time, they're not the nicest thing. It is possibly thanks to at some point I did have a laptop that the arrow keys were super tiny and super annoying to be hitting. So it was kind of impossible to be using it. Like the left and right arrow keys, they were normal, but then up and down were like half. I get it that they did do it to save space, but was it annoying? Yes. So speaking of laptops, I don't know how people can be playing games with a touchpad. I have tried it a few times, and it has never been... it has never been good. Like, for normal things I can be using the touchpad for, like, as mouse, but... if I can actually choose, I would always be having a actual mouse. I know that there's different kinds of mouses for like certain laptops for work, for example. And I could see them to be working quite nicely, but the usual like trackpad. Like, even when I like needed to be using it because I didn't have an actual mouse, they were bad. I hated them. Especially because like mouse, if you want just the most basic mouse, you can find them pretty much anywhere. Also, they do be very, very cheap, which is very nice. Because weirdly I remember that in here it was the case at some point that actually wireless like mouses, they were a lot cheaper than, you know, wired one. Which I kind of find odd because usually wireless is more expensive. Because it makes sense because you need to be having the technology and everything. But it could be also making sense in that usually people want their mouse that it's wireless. I don't really mind the wire myself, because I find it more annoying that I don't need to be changing the batteries or I need to be recharging it. Like, I wouldn't mind to be having wireless if it wouldn't be for like those issues with pretty much everything. I mean, surely would they like last quite a while, especially nowadays? Yes. But it's still a hassle. Also, what I have heard that usually, like, if headphones are wireless, that their like battery life wouldn't be lasting for me like the day that I'm using them, which is 16 hours, I would like to say, more or less. Or like they become quite expensive and not really willing to be paying that much. Monkey outbreak should be in my way anyway, so it's nice. Yeah. Liam. Because I remember that my mom, like, she was, I don't know for what reason, her mouse was like basically always broken, so she needed to be getting a new one like every few months. Don't know what she did do for it to be breaking so quickly. But anyways, I remember that they were like 10 euros a piece, and it was indeed a wireless kind because she absolutely hated wires. I get it to a point that it's not nice to be seeing wires, but at the same time, I can live if there is wires as long as, you know, they are not in my way. Wires, cords, whatever my things they might be. But weirdly, like, one thing that she didn't mind was like phones, charger cables, cords, whatever my things. She didn't mind those. To be fair, it's not like wireless charging was that affordable at the time. So maybe she would have eventually moved on to that. Maybe she would have indeed. That is unfortunately out of the way. Jeez. What are you? I don't mind wireless things indeed. They have their benefits. But there is still probably one thing that I will most definitely use quite a bit less of wireless things for, and it's internet. In every situation that I can, I'd rather be having it wired. If it's, you know, like, makes sense kind of way. I don't mind Wi-Fi, but at the same time, like, I guess I'm too accustomed nowadays to be having like a very stable connection. You know, having wired connection. I'm not saying that Wi-Fi is bad or anything, it's just doesn't always be the most reliable one. Unfortunately. And also it could be because when we did have like a very, very bad internet when I was living with my mom, and it was wireless connection, I kind of got annoyed by it. But very frustrating, that's for sure. Would have been that kind of an internet that I don't even know if I could have been connecting like when I was in school and we could be like wireless or like, you know, we could be connecting to the school servers to be doing things. I don't know if that connection would have been good enough for that. It doesn't require that good of an internet, but the unfortunate thing is that, you know, it requires quite a stable internet connection. Otherwise, you need to be, you know, all the time to be reconnecting and, you know, stinks. It stinks indeed. But apart from that, not that bad. And also, another reason probably why internet when I was living with my mom was so bad. Because I don't think that she did know that we could have been getting like a wired connection from the wall. Because instead of that we always did have ones that did use like SIM cards or whatever things. And those are... they are certainly something. Don't really recommend those if you have a choice. And I know that much that in every place that we did live in, we did have a choice. Would have probably been a little bit more expensive, but it wouldn't even be by that much, honestly. Especially in, like nowadays, because most of the time there is at least... like you'll be getting, in most places you'll be getting like some form of a free internet when you move into places, if it's apartment building. Like we would be having in here. I will say that much that it's not enough for us, but most of the time, you know, it do be like that. And this place did only switch to that after we moved in here. Even though it wouldn't be really making a difference because it's way too slow of a connection, or not really slow, but it's like we're gonna be eating it all up in like when I'm streaming. So no one else could be able to do anything. But yeah, because nowadays, you know, internet is quite a thing that, you know, is part of everyday life and everything. That it just... it just makes sense for, like, people to be including it in the range. Because, first of all, it doesn't really cost anything to the owners. Because they buy it into so many places, so it, you know, it's cheap. And also it makes more likely that people want to be moving in. It has been apparently a thing in ages if you're wanting to be getting as a student into like, you know, into places that are specifically meant for students. It has been a thing for those in a while, but then again it makes sense because again, it is kind of a required thing and has been a required thing for quite some time in schools, especially the higher up you go. Maybe so, not so much in like in the mandatory schools, but definitely if you want to be going to university and stuff along those lines, you kind of need it. I will say that there's quite a good amount of sites that I have needed or I need to be using nowadays that I'm, because, you know, to be knowing how to be coding web pages and everything, I find so many of them that, you know, are more or less provided by the country slash city. They are so bad. Like, it's still places that, you know, not that much elderly people use, but they might need to be using them, you know. And then there's like just like, you know, your average size text that needs a hyperlink. And I just don't get it. There's like buttons everywhere else, but there's still like some that are like just hyperlinks and you. And they like the text is so small as well. Like I was trying to be using one website with my phone yesterday and it was impossible to be using. To be clicking on a link and no phone screen to be small and everything, so also that place has a little problem in that it has 3 different ages of pages inside their website. Like there is very old, there is old, and then there is new. And oh boy, is it annoying to try to navigate through there sometimes. And if you click certain links, you need to re-log in. Oh boy, do I hate that. Like indeed, like, why can't they be making them so much better? Same it is with most like school websites that, I mean, like the one that we did use, that like whoever is either teaching the course or like a certain section of a school year, like sometimes it was by course, sometimes it was like a certain section of a school year, that there were multiple courses in there. And they can decide how they look. But jeez, were some of them so bad. It's just kind of impressive how bad they can be. Because they are mandatory things. But you can customize them fully, which is nice for sure. But then, you know, people make so incredibly hard to be navigating ones that it makes like studying kind of hard. It didn't thankfully happen to me too often, but I know that there has been cases that like it's impossible to be finding like your instructions and you know the place that you're gonna be returning the assignment to. And it's just like, how? And there was even a person that, you know, when we did get to be doing our thesis, that someone did make like a thing indeed that they were like how to be improving the place because it was so bad. It's like simple enough to be using. That's not a problem. It's just sometimes teachers just make it like impossible to be navigating. And also I will still say that I personally didn't like the new update that it did get before I was done. It did like become a thing like half a year before I was done, so that could probably be a reason I didn't get really used to it. But yeah, I didn't like it at all. It didn't make it any easier to be using, in my opinion. And especially because I was like so used to like certain, like you can be putting like certain things having like certain icons, like is it a text file, is it a Word document or whatever. But they changed those. And when I was trying to be like from an older course that I need to be getting like something out of, I wanted to be like checking it out there. I'm like, where is it? Because I was like not used to the new icons. Like I knew that they were there, but where are they? And it was kind of weird because usually like when things in school, like whatever you use in school, indeed, they do be getting updates. They usually say like what what do things mean. But for whatever reason that didn't. So yeah. Even though, you know, most of the time I will say that I personally do be skipping through them. Because I don't care. But that's one of the situations that it would have been nice if there would have been somewhere a link that I could have been checking. Like, what do these new things mean? There was not anything. And I was kind of shocked, not gonna lie. Because it was like, yeah, okay, sure. Oh dear. It do be what it do be indeed. But yeah, it's just is sometimes so stupid how bad things can be for like things that most people in here are gonna be using. But maybe one day they get better. Maybe one day. Even though I will say that much that they are spending sometimes money in things that don't really need to be spending money to, and they are not spending money in a place that really should be. They should be spending money on. But then again, when isn't that the case? Also, since I was talking about like almost a week ago about that we did go ahead and purchase some clothes and whatnots. I did we did get them on Thursday, which was interesting because they said that it's between, Friday and Monday. And since things don't really move over the weekend, so it was either Friday or Monday. It was quite a nice surprise that it was, in quotes, a day early. I've used the shoes few times, but it's certainly something to be getting used to. As is it always with new clothes. It's just they have such a thick bottom that makes it hard. Even though I did select that I want to be having a thin bottom, but they are quite thick in my opinion. But it gets something to be getting used to. I believe that if there would have been a shiny, I would have been hearing the sparkles. I'm not gonna be checking those magic orbs again. Plus, I have so many of them already. But then again, I did basically fly over them, so would have probably be hearing something. Even though the game doesn't always want to be displaying a sound when you are finding a shiny. But most of the time it does. Most of the time it does indeed. But yeah. It's nice though. Because it's kind of the shoe thing kind of reminds me of things that you send or something, whatever it is. Let's make an example that you return a school project and then you just are waiting forever for them to be doing anything for that. I have kind of a similar situation. It's not a school project because I'm not in school anymore. But I have one thing that, it's a person is checking out how things are right now for each. and it's just saying that they have started to be, like, you know, going through the things. I will say that much, that it would be a lot nicer if they would be, you know, actually telling me, like, are they about to be done? So I'm probably gonna be tomorrow ringing a phone call to them and asking, like, what is the situation looking like there? Because that kind of determines quite a good amount of things. But yeah, it would be, sometimes it would be nice to be getting updates, like how far in is the process. And to be fair, if they actually started the thing when I, like, did do my part, it's almost a month. Like, in a week it will be a month. But if they started on the date that they did say that they would be, like, the last day that I have to be, like, answering things, it has been soon 2 weeks, which is also, like, in my opinion, a time that I can be expecting them to be giving me an answer already. Because it's a quite an important thing, and they didn't really say how long it's gonna be taking, but I mean, I don't think that it can be really taking more than like a month. Because it's again one of those things that, you know, like the country is in charge of, or city technically, but anyways. And those things, they can't be taken forever in this situation. And also, I will say that much, that I also do be having like a personalized person to that. So, and usually they don't take but like 5 to maybe 10 like different people under their name. So, shouldn't, in my opinion, be taking that long. Then again, it do be what it do be. I'll be making tomorrow more of a phone call to be knowing like when I can be expecting them to be done, so I know what I need to be doing next. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Also, when I did like say, I don't remember when exactly, it was over a week ago anyways, I think. And I did apply to the job, like one of the jobs, that they did say that they are gonna be on a vacation for like the whole month of July. They were kind of lying because on the 1st of July I did get like an email from them, and it wasn't even an automated one, it was like an actual person writing it. So are you on the break on the whole month of July? Because they did specifically say that they are gonna be like off the entirety of the month. Which I still find very odd. Like the whole company is down an entire month. But anyways. It is what it is. I don't know, because like a whole month of a break for a whole company sounds like quite a stretch. But I guess if they can be doing it, then why not? It is quite interesting though, because most of the companies, they do be like less active on July, but they still like have people there, like for example like hospitals and whatever things. They are like saying that we are gonna be having less like open hours on the month of July and everything. But there's still, you know, you can be going there. But then again, I know that that is a mandatory thing. But still quite a good amount of the non-mandatory things are like that as well, that they have like half staff there, because let's say that the first half of the month, like half of the people are gone, and then the other half of people are gone. Because in my opinion, that makes sense. It's kind of bad for everything as well to be having like everything off for an entire month, because you know, then you know, computers, they don't really want to be off for like an entire month and everything. So it's kind of bad for them. So I just find it odd that, well, different places working differently. I just rarely hear any companies that they are having everyone off at the same time. Because you never know what could be happening if a place is empty for an entire month. I mean, surely most places do be having like security cameras, but still. It is what it is. I will still say that I personally do be finding it quite odd. That why is it July specifically? And people are most on holidays or having a summer break. Because it's still a month that I personally wouldn't be taking off. I'd rather be having any other month that is for like summer break to be the summer break month. Even though usually it's, depending on the place, it can be like almost a month, but usually it is like 2 weeks. From what I have heard. It really depends, because some places have like more breaks more often, like throughout the year, so they are having like shorter summer breaks because of that. Because, you know, some places they having like off days or off weeks more often than others. Depends. And also, you can tell, like, in quite a good amount of places, you can be having your summer vacation in 2 parts if you want to. As well. Like, you don't have to be having, like, the whole time in one go. Which can be nice. Like, let's say that you have, like, a vacation planned for beginning of June. Then you have something else at the beginning of August. And you know you can be doing both without asking for time, without asking time off from work. But it's what it is. Also, this is gonna be the last run that I'll be doing before we're gonna be having a break. And you know, the usual around 3 minutes. Then we continue on. Also, 17 checks in 1 hour. Jeez. That's a bunch. There was one massive mass outbreak, few mass outbreaks. I'm not expecting, like, most of the runs today to be going like this at all. But hey, nice amount to be getting back to for sure. Haven't seen a Heracross in a while. Because, you know, nighttime mostly. And the Crobat then, you know. Getting back to the village. Nothing there. I will still say that I find it quite odd that for quite some time the Dialga didn't go to sleep. And now it does. I don't know still like what really caused it, but it just didn't go to sleep. It's always yelling about. Yeah, let's get going on then. And yeah, I guess like if like the 17 like streak is gonna be going on, we can be technically be hitting like quite a good record for me in a day. Or the checks for the good ROM. Yep. I don't wanna jinx it because it has happened a few times that I have jinxed it, but maybe today is a quieter day with Legends Arceus shinies. Potentially, I know it has only been an hour. But then again, it's quite usual that I do be getting something in the first hour. I don't mind if I will be having a quieter day though. The game doesn't want to startle me when, you know, getting back to it. Appreciate it. But yeah. We'll see though. I will say though that most likely the first shiny sound that I'll be hearing in this game is probably gonna be scaring me a little bit. It's a cool sound, but sometimes it's a little too much though. I will say that in my opinion still, I don't mind shiny sound. But I think just visual and maybe a little like faint like sparkling sounds would be good enough. I don't think it needs to be that big of a sparkle because I find it hard to be like directional, you know? So if it would be like over like all the time like a little like sparkle thing, I think the shinies would be easier to be finding. But I still think that in my opinion I'd rather be having like visual sparkles than sound, if I can only choose one. I guess I don't mind, you know. If I probably missed a shiny or a million in Scarlet and Violet, and it is what it is. It happens, you know. You fail shinies in other ways anyways. Sound makes it easier to be finding them, for sure. I understand. But if I can only choose one, I'd rather be having overall sparkles. Because then you can at least be telling the difference if it's a subtle shiny. I still think that Let's Go has done overworld shinies the best. But also sometimes you might be hearing the sparkle sound and you just can't be finding the shiny. Because you can't be getting in this game an uncatchable shiny. So in that it's bad that there is the sounds. It's just the sound in my opinion. I would like it if I could be making it a little bit quieter. Like sometimes a little too loud for my liking. And if it would be more directional, it would be also nicer. It's just because it's such a short one, it's not that directional. But then again, best shinies are though. You can always be telling that their shinies are in the older games, where you need to be encountering everything. They're the easiest ones to be telling. But then again, I will still say that the sound doesn't happen in Legends Arceus all the time. So, there is quite likely that I have missed a shiny in this game because of that. Sometimes it just doesn't play the sound, even though there is a shiny. I've had multiple different times the situation that I have seen the sparkles visually, but it has not made a sound. I've been seeing it sparkle and everything. It is usually with massive mass outbreaks. But it doesn't make it that it can be happening with random Pokemons though. But yeah, still best case scenario is that if you could be having your own settings for the shiny effects and everything. I know that it's never gonna be happening in Pokemon, but like if you prefer only be having, like if you prefer to be having the sound, you can be having the sound on, but if you don't want it on, you can be leaving it off. Or there could be like different sounds. It could be like, does it visually sparkle like when it's shiny? Bunch of different ways. I mean, I guess at some point we could be having customizable settings like that, but I don't know, I kind of doubt it at the same time. Wouldn't be really saying no to that myself. But overall, I will say though that if I'm interested in if any of them are shinies, I'm gonna be checking them out myself. Not too well, I don't like mind that much of missing shinies, but I tend to be looking at them quite well overall. Because I will still say that if I would be checking every single Pokemon, are they shiny or not in Scarlet and Violet by squinting at the screen, I wouldn't like it. Because, you know, it happens if it happens, it's not the end of the world. It's really not, for me at least. Same thing, like, usually when I'm, you know, hunting in Scarlet and Violet, I'm not gonna be looking all around me, I'm just, like, if something is shiny and I'm not looking at it, do I even know that it's there? No. So, it's not like I would be knowing that I have missed a shiny. But yeah. It do be what it do be. Still, you know, people do be liking Hunter whatever ways they like. And it's completely fine. I mean, at least one thing is nice though, that isn't happening, that did happen in the older games. That if you have two shinies on the screen, it doesn't, you know, crash the game. Imagine if that would be happening. It's indeed like why people need to be kind of careful with like certain places, because if they could like if they will be encountering two shinies at the same time, they can be risking, you know, everything. It can be indeed, because like, yeah, of course, like nothing that you can do about it, but yeah. And again, it's not like there's too many games nowadays that you can be encountering two shinies in the same encounter. Like, at the same exact time, specifically. Because, like, surely you can be doing it with an SOS call. You can be getting that kind of situation done, but... I think hordes are the... like, the last time that you could really be having that kind of situation. Because I guess it can be happening in PDSP, but... I doubt it a little bit, because it is kind of hard. Also, don't know what would be happening. Because in the original games it will be crashing indeed. But it could be that in PDSP, because it could be one of those weird things that they have like made impossible. It could be. Unfortunately, the last time that I did try to be searching for this, the only answers that I did get, even though I searched PDSP, was for the original ones. Which I still hate. When you're trying to be searching for something specifically for one game, and then you get another game's answers, and then you're like... thanks, but that's not helpful. And it's always more frustrating also when like you're trying to be searching for something for a game and then it's like completely different series for whatever reason the answer. Thankfully most of the time you can be telling like is it the right game or not, but still. I mean, it's a kind of a problem with remakes anyways, that usually if you try to be searching something for the remakes, it's always gonna be the answers to the, you know, original ones. Which is fine, because, you know, they have been out for maybe a little bit longer. But still. It do be kind of annoying. Especially in situations where the originals and the remakes are quite a bit different. There we go. But yeah, it is what it is. But then again, I will say most of the time remakes are, specifically if we talk about remakes, usually remakes are quite to the original ones. Usually remasters, they are the kinds that they are, you know, writing the story in different ways. Well, it depends a little bit, of course. What are you? I suppose it can also be the other way around as well, but I don't know. Most of the time, if I have played the original of something, I have been able to find original info about it. But I will also say that sometimes it's a problem of, you know, the games having the exact same name when they are indeed remade, remastered. That's kind of annoying. Sometimes it's nice that they have like a slightly different name, or they have like the year in their name, which is odd, but at least you can guarantee that you're gonna be finding the right game, right? Also, I will say that kind of a problem is sometimes if the game is having a year number in there, like what year it was remade. It's that sometimes you'll be getting like for the older game in that year information. But it usually doesn't take too long to be finding, you know. No, the info indeed. Because it is, for me, the case that either I find it basically immediately or I don't ever be finding any info. Either because the remakes are too new or no one has bothered to be making anything. How dare you be seeing me? Guess the one with the glowing red eyes can't even be seeing me. The only area that doesn't have anything nice. Oh boy. But I did see quite an interesting thing this morning, which I suppose can be quite helpful. And instead, someone was saying that if your fridge is making a lot of noise, clean it up in the back, like the thing there. And I'm like, that's not too bad of advice, I suppose, but fridge is not that easy to be removing. And, it is kind of a dangerous one, in my opinion. Like, it's good advice, for sure. But, I don't know. It will be kind of risky. Especially with, in here that I don't even know if I can even be moving the fridge. Yes, we can move like some of the bigger equipment, but for some we can't because, safety hazards and everything. So, yeah. I will say that it always looks quite easy when people are popping their ovens and fridges off from their place. But I somehow doubt that it's that easy. I somehow doubt that it's that easy. Always. And to be fair, I don't remember, like, even when we were living in our own house and everything. I remember maybe total of 2 times when the fridge was cleaned, like, from behind. And we were living in our own house, like, when my parents were together and everything. For like good like 12-ish years. Figuratively, it was a little on and off though. It was like actually 14 years, but there was a like gap between and everything. Because at some point it was my father who owned the house when they did separate, and then at some point it was my mother, and then they did sold it. So they did sell it at the end. It was a good decision for sure. It was too big anyways. What are you? We'll see though. Because the thing is that I don't mind the idea like cleaning behind an oven, but then again, even if you would be like turning off electricity that is gonna be going there, which we are not too sure of what are the ones, so we're gonna be turning off everything just in case. Because technically there should be always 3 different cables going to an oven because it's such a powerful device. But either because this is such an old house that they have like cropped off over the years, or they have never been marked. This is that old of a house that, you know, standards were probably quite a bit different. That you don't know what is gonna be going to the kitchen or oven or anything. Like, they are not marked at all, so, you know, safest option is to be turning off everything. But the funny thing with electricity is that even if you do that, there still can be electricity going through, and I don't really want to be touching an oven. And there is a chance that electricity is moving on. Because that's not gonna be too good. Because indeed the time that like we did get our oven replaced like a few weeks ago, well actually it's closer to a month ago at this point. What do you? When we did get that, like the dude just asked like, is it okay to be turning off everything, because like he couldn't either be telling like which is going to the oven, because as I said there is no label, so I was like, yeah, sure. Because I don't really care. I don't think that no one really cares. I mean, I guess in certain situations there might be important things attached to electricity, but for us there is nothing. What are you? Surely interesting. Surely interesting indeed. Risky job for sure to be, you know, going with the electricity and everything. Of course, like, he did check, like, if there is still like electricity going through, because, you know, you kind of have to, because as I said, you never know. You never know, like, is it actually gone or not, so, you know. But yeah, everything was good. But yeah. And at the same time, I don't even remember, is it actually, like, in some places it is, in some places it isn't. You know, when you leave an apartment, you need to be, you know, do kind of a deep clean. Because, you know, otherwise you're not gonna be getting all of your money back that you did pay up front. Because they need to be hiring, like, cleaning crew. Usually it's only one person, but anyways. Um, so like in some places it's required for that to be clean, like behind stove and fridge. I don't think it's in here. I don't know if they will even check it. I will say that much, that they didn't do too good of a job when like we moved in here. They didn't do too good of a job of checking that everything is gone. Because we did find someone else's underwear. It was on a top shelf, to be fair. But then again, they are supposed to quite thoroughly be checking everything out. So they didn't do too good of a job there. Anyways, it is what it is. I will say also that I don't think that I ever want to be going and living in a place that doesn't have, like, if it's an apartment that doesn't have like built-in closets, because I have lived so many times in a place that there is no built-in closets basically for any room, and then there is not even like a room that you can be keeping them in, and it's a hassle. It's kind of hard to be nowadays finding a place like that. But at least, you know, have a room. Like, I don't mind, like, if it would be having, like, a, in quotes, a walk-in closet, even though it wouldn't really be like that. But, you know, some place to be storing clothes, because I find them kind of inconvenient. Not the ones that you need to be buying yourself. Mostly because I don't really see myself be living in an apartment for like forever. If it, you know, would be a place that I would be owning myself, then yes. Yeah, other than that, I'm not too sure about it. But yeah. It is kind of a thing, though. I don't really know what is the trend right now. Is the trend to be having like no building closets, or like walk-in closets even, or is the trend to be having them like having your own ones that you're bringing? Because it's one of those things that they do be changing quite often, like what are people into. And I personally will be preferring if I'm be having built-in ones. Like, I'm kind of in the mind that I'm willing to be paying a little extra if I can be having them, because most likely it's gonna be a lot cheaper than buying a new or even used like a closet like that. So, you know, if I can be having one that is already in the house, I'd rather be having that. Because I will say that most likely if or when it's gonna be the case that we're gonna be moving into our own house, that we'll probably be renovating it slowly but surely. If it's a complete ruin, we'll be doing it before. If it's like a one that we can be living in, you know, making the changes while we are living there, then, you know, we'll be doing that. Because it's the thing. Even if it would be like quite a new house, quite unlikely that it's all the way to your liking. I know that in some places you can be like, in a case that, you know, something has happened to the, like, who was supposed to be owning the place. And it can be indeed the case that you can be making some changes yourself. It's especially, like, true in, like, if you're, like, literally, like, buying a place while it's being built. That you can be choosing, like, let's say, countertops, what they are made out of. There is situations like that. It doesn't happen too often. Because, you know, some places they like to be building everything, and then if it's like a apartment building that you're like renting on, they're most likely gonna be making like every single place look the same, because, you know, it's not like you're gonna be paying extra most of the time. There is exceptions, of course. But if it's like a place that you yourself own, they like to be selling everything before they actually start to be making it. Which has its own risks, for sure. But at least most of the time then you can be making changes yourself. And be like making whatever you want to be. I will say though, even though I haven't seen personally too many of them, but I do be finding it funny how nowadays people are, in quotes, ruin like old looking places. Like, let's say that it's old looking farmhouse, for example, and they are making it very modern. And people are very fairly criticizing them that those kind of houses are built like every day. So, you know, you could be going ahead and living in one of those. Instead of doing like massive work. Like removing like some unique elements of the house. Because that is a shame. Like, even though I might not be wanting to be living in like an old farmhouse kind of a thing. Like, why should I be ruining it for someone else? Especially if it isn't like 100% needed, because sometimes, you know, people tend to be forgetting that sometimes old houses, they kind of need to be getting a very drastic makeover, because, you know, old times, old rules. But yeah. It just is. Because I'm personally the type of person that, even though I don't think that I want to be living like an old farmhouse, I don't want to be, or I don't really see myself right now be living in a place that is like ridiculously modern either. I want like nice in between. What are you? And again, you know, there is situations, but there's for me always gonna be a certain charm for old looking places. For example, I'm like I don't mind the look of like new like cabinets for like kitchen that are like very smooth and you know, I don't know what they are made out of honestly, but I also like I very much love like in a kitchen when there is like you can really see that it's made out of wood. It has all the carvings and everything. I don't think that they necessarily need to be like wood colored. But then again, I don't mind it either. I just like them. Like I guess I just don't like if I would be living in a house and it would be like things would be too flash. I will say though that one thing is very cool about the like newer things is that you can be just pushing in a corner and it opens. That's very cool. But I feel like you could be doing that with like a old looking place as well. Like if you would really like to. Without like ruining the old looking vibe. Because not too long time ago there was like a like dudes were renovating a place that they'd have a quite a unique looking staircase, and people were very mad that they did remove it for like a basic like straight one. Like I understand that it can be inconvenient to be walking around, but my question is then, why purchase a house if it's not too convenient for you? Because, like, you gotta remember that if you're actually gonna be living there for a while and you want to be renovating it, you get it cheaper because you're thinking that you're gonna be renovating it, you're gonna be probably spending more money on the renovation part of the place. But since you are gonna be living there for years, it's gonna be, you know, over time gonna be losing its value. But yeah. I feel like less work is better work. For example, my father and his wife, they are they like did purchase an old house that they are like slowly but surely like making better, but it's more of the reason that, you know, it's an old house, it needs to really be getting like things done. But they are still like leaving like the old charm to the house though. They are sure they are modernizing it, but they are still gonna be leaving like certain parts to be, which is very nice. For example, they have only done I think few alterations to the overall layout of the place, but that's about it. Like they have been leaving like the room sizes and rooms as they are, you know. They are gonna be renovating the kitchen at some point as well. Okay. Like, for example, I think that they have been having there for quite some time. Like I think first few years since they did move in there was that they did have like a patio, and then they added like electric working like cover to that place that it can be open or closed, which is very cool because when it's not used it can be not be there, but then if it's needed, then you can be easily be getting it there. Because I will say that much, that it's one of the situations again that the sun is gonna be pretty much gonna be there all the time. I don't think that they use it too often. I mean, I don't really know because I don't be there that often, but it's an option though. Was quite a thing for sure. But I still think that probably one of the coolest redesigns to place like old places is just indeed using like the old looks but make them like function more like modern things. I've watched my few share of like house flippers and whatever my things. But yeah, they're very cool. I like it. Hello, Adam. How are you doing? I'm shining hunting for an Alpha Gudra via map resets. Yeah, it happens sometimes that you're hunting for something and get something else instead. And currently I have found 224 normal sized shinies and 11 alpha shinies while looking for this Gudra. But it is what it is. To be fair, I have done 2,600 plus checks, so that's not really that much. I compared to the amount that I have checked. And do one more check, then we're gonna be having a break then. Yeah, I don't feel like it's even that much. Been hunting this, you know, 200 hours plus. I think like somewhere around there anyways. I don't remember again the exact thing. You know, happens. Sometimes the ones that you're looking for, they are appear fast. Sometimes they do be taking quite a while. Also, this is another 17 checks in 1 hour. Jeez. It's a lot. Considering the fact that I did again, like, continue this today, which usually is that I struggle the first day. Even though I'm doing this mostly once a week. But still. Yeah. There's been a lot of facing people have been doing for more interesting things in older games. And I still think facing is part of the progress most of the time anyways. No, I'm not gonna be doing it. I'm gonna be doing which... I'm not gonna be doing anything else. I have done it so long. And I've decided anyways that I'm gonna be doing it with map resets. I'm gonna be doing them with map resets. I know that it's a higher chance, but I don't care. I want to be getting the shiny this way, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But yeah, ad time. Anyways. And also, it's hard to be looking for specifically for an Alpha Gudra from Massive Mass Outbreaks because Goo is not an aggressive Pokemon. And for... it's easier to be doing the Massive Mass Outbreak thing for aggressive Pokemons, and also I find permutation myself to be very boring to be doing. And also, what's the fun in that anyways? It doesn't feel as rewarding to be getting that way. For me. But yeah, nothing wrong with doing that, it's just for me. My chances are indeed 1 in 2040 each because Research level 10, I don't want to be making it any higher than that. It is shiny locked, but it doesn't mean that you can't be bringing it from other games. You can be moving Pokemons to Legends Arceus that are in the game. So you can be having a shiny of any legendary or mythical basically in the game. It's only one exception, I suppose. You just need to be transferring them from other games. And one is from Brilliant Diamond. You hunt it in there. Let's get going. I guess it's a thing that people forget that you can indeed be just transferring Pokemons into this game. It's not even that hard. To be fair, I don't usually chew it too much myself, as like when this hunt is gonna be over, I'm gonna be moving Dialga back to Brilliant Diamond, let it be there in the boxes. As I like to personally be having shinies in the games that I find them in. If I find it in older games, I'm gonna be keeping it in the older games. No faces today so far, but then again there's plenty of time for one to be showing itself. I still would need to be making more space in my pastures, but it's not like it's even that close to be filling that box anyways. Or pasture, whatever, I think same thing. Oh yeah, goodbye. Then again, I was again quite close to it, so probably would have been hearing it. It's not like I need any more goodbyes. Quite a good amount of them already. One of them during this hunt has been random because there's only the alpha one. Nope. Nice. There's an alpha clang there. Cool. Haven't heard that but like million times. Heard that but like million times indeed. I think I will be doing one thing even though I've been kind of in 2 minds. Do I want to be doing it or not? That keep doing a command for the alpha computer because people are asking for it all the time, but I don't know. I just feel like whenever I will be doing that, I'll be finding the shiny like immediately, and it's like for nothing. For Dynamics Adventures, I definitely will be making one. Because it's another thing that people ask for. But yeah, it do be what it do be. The dude is gonna be showing itself when, you know, it's time. First, not good to check. In 2 hours and 15 minutes, around 2 hours and maybe 8 minutes of actual hunting. That's pretty good. And now starts the downfall, right? No. Oh, hello, Voltorb. Cool. Nice. First phase of the day. I'm gonna I was about to say I'm gonna save just in case. Didn't save. There we go. Nice. First phase of the day. And it was a random shiny during massive mass outbreaks. Happens. Of course, of course. So why would one be going for massive mass outbreaks when a random one is the one that you find? Of course, you know, down to luck every single time, but still. Massive mass outbreaks are as anything. Not anything, but most things in shiny hunting, they are never guaranteed. It's very few situations where they're guaranteed that you'll be getting a shiny. And they are guaranteed shinies. Which I still find it's so annoying when people say that if you're doing permutation methods, you're guaranteeing yourself a shiny. Because nope, not true. It's quite likely that you get a shiny, because the odds are so low and you're checking so many of them. But it's not guaranteed. I guess there has been quite a good amount of times that I've been seeing people be going for like hours upon hours, spending time on permutation, which I still think is super boring. And they don't get anything. They don't get a single shiny. Let's see who dares to be replacing Gudra. Is it Waldorps? Okay. I'll be checking this one over here that I can be pulling back. But yeah, I still will say though that it's kind of unfortunate that it is nowadays kind of a problem that people don't... I don't really know why it is so like big of a problem to me specifically. I mean, I guess for some people else that people are complaining that you're not doing better odds. Nice, you got a shiny shell gone. Let's go. Congrats. I mean, you didn't go that like long over time. So that's nice. Last year I literally did 2 weeks.
Hello.
So yeah. Can be annoying for sure. There it is. Dude, randomly in a massive mass outbreak, of course, you know. It do be like that. I hate when they are staying like forever, then they flee. If I remember correctly, most of the time for me it was the case that they did leave quite quickly. But I've been watching like a few Safari Week compilations that like they are like staying for like 12 turns and then they flee and it's like annoyance. What happens? Ooh, good luck with that. I do know a few people that have hunted for it, but don't think that they ever finished it. They just say that they are super afraid if it is gonna be a Pidgeotto. Because it knows Whirlwind, so they're gonna be catching it in the Master Ball. Okay, sure. I think they did do it in Scarlet and Violet. Like, if it's a shiny Ditto, it's gonna be turning into shiny version of whatever thing. I'm gonna check. I remember that there's weird things in Scarlet and Violet when it comes to down to Ditto and Zorua. It's not a perfect replica if I remember correctly, though. Like, it's kind of... eh. It's a cool thing, but... why bother? I suppose. It could have been someone faking a video, though it wouldn't be too surprising. But I remember seeing someone once be doing it in Scarlet and Violet. But then again, I wouldn't be too surprised if it would be doing it in Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet did do quite weird mechanics. What are you? It is kind of cool, but then again, I will also say I don't think that I would be seeing it too many times myself. Because I'm not really gonna be using a shiny Ditto on my team too often. Still a hunt that I need to be doing, like, completing at some point. Scarlet and Violet shiny Ditto. Been getting quite a good amount of faces for it. What happens? Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's... it's also kind of annoying because imposter is only really making the show to be worth it, if you ask me. Because it's just kind of useless without it. Yeah. You kind of do be owning every shiny Pokemon, but in actuality, no. Can you even encounter every single Gen 3 like up until every Gen 3 Pokemon in Gen 3? Like every evolution and everything? So technically you would need to be doing like things for it. Yeah, you can battle yourself, but it's it's requiring it internal or external like things. If you only have one copy, it's impossible then. Yeah. I like it. Ugh. Terrible Pokemon, still. Yeah, they're not the hardest thing to acquire. Expensive for sure. But then again, it's with any old games. Any old games are gonna be expensive to be acquiring. Pokemon Box is still the worst though. Never forget Pokemon Box in English. Or USA specifically, it's stupid expensive. And it's so weird that it's, you know, so expensive when it's not in like a game that you can even really play. It's the other spot. What are you? It do be what it do be. Is this going to be, by the way, the same thing as it was with Zygarde over the weekend that I get a whole one face? Could be, could be. Could be indeed. I mean, it's still a face though. And still, like, only really alphas are really interesting to me at this point. There's few other ones, I suppose, that I might not have been getting. They're mostly then from massive mass outbreaks. And again, you know, it's me wanting to be getting kind of rare shiny. It's not that rare per se, but it is still, you know, in its own way unique at least. And does it really matter? Because, you know, if it's a shiny you want, then hunt it. Only way to be getting it. Currently at least. And getting it in the most enjoyable method for me. Which is with map resets. I could be doing soft resets for it, but they're so boring. As well. And also, like, if I'll be doing soft resetting, I need to be doing something else because it's way too boring to be doing soft resets for us. Just soft resets. But thankfully there is, in my opinion, a lot interesting way. And you can be getting cool shinies. Even though, as I said, there really isn't anything too cool to me, but then again, it is, you know, 225 faces, so... What can be interesting at that point? Apart from the alphas that I have 11 of. Still should be getting around to be try to be starting the editing for it. It's gonna be a massive project though, I already know it. At least the good thing is that I will be knowing, like, you know, when I have been getting the shiny. Because, you know, I can be checking out what day I did get certain shinies in. The only problem is the alphas, but... because they're in a separate box. Apart from that, as I said last time that I did talk about this, that it's gonna be quite quick shiny things for it, because otherwise it's gonna be such a long video. Maybe some. I think like if there is something interesting going on, I might be doing like longer ones, but mostly it's just gonna be like quick reactions for things. Maybe alphas I'll be spending a little bit more time on because they are somewhat special. But we'll see. We'll see what I do with it. It's just, you know, being lazy, starting it. As one be. Save again. It's not like I sometimes, especially like at the current time, I'm having a video that I have been meaning to be like publishing for soon 5 months. No, no, it's closer to 4 months only. But you know, it happens. I have it ready and everything, but I don't know why. Does it really matter? No. The video for Alpha Qdra is definitely gonna be interesting. In a one way, because as usual I like to be like doing the intro or outro at the end, like once I'm done with the hunts. And there's probably gonna be quite a good amount of clips there. And I try to be keeping them nice and even there. It's gonna be interesting when I want to be adding the intro. But I will still say that even though I find it so odd, even though, you know, technically, even if I'm streaming, I'm technically talking to myself alone, you know? But it's so hard to be doing voiceovers. Like, even though it's technically the same thing and everything. I suppose because usually when I'm doing voiceover I have some sort of a script, and I've always found reading from scripts to be awkward. That's why I have never really understood in schools the dudes that are just basically reading from the slides, or they have specifically like things that they want to be saying in specific ways. Like what I personally mostly be doing is that I have like in school I did have just like few keywords and then I just talked about them more or less freely. Because it just feels more natural and you know, feels less forced. But yeah. Interesting hunt nonetheless this is. And as I said plenty of times during this stage, it is most likely going to be one of the last hunts that I'll be doing in this game, because currently I don't have anything in mind. But surely, like, if I feel like one day I want to be going ahead and playing this game, then, you know, go ahead and do that, but I don't know. I don't really care that much. Because, like, it's soon, like, turning kind of a thing that I'm gonna be getting every single other alpha shiny in here before I get target, but, you know, it happens. I'm always so lucky to be getting my target anyways. Then again, do I sometimes be... I mean, I guess most of the time I tend to be going for rare things. So yeah. Or hard to be getting things anyways, like Sorua and Dicho in Scarlet and Violet. They're kind of hard things to be going for. I'd go for the authentic teacup. Haven't done still that in a while. 5% Galarian Farfetch'd. I also Galarian Darumaka in the winter times. That's also kind of rare. Been facing there 3 times. 2 ice creams and 1 bear. I think. Take another look quickly at those Skuntanks. But yeah, then again, I still will say that I don't care to be facing. If I face, I face. It's part of the thing, in my opinion. Like, surely, like, would be cool to be getting, like, a rare thing first phase, yes. But quite unlikely. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be getting whatever you're looking for or get something. Get something indeed. But progress is progress nonetheless. No matter how small the amount is. And then the truth is just some hunts are gonna be faster to be getting things done than others. That's why I like to be having a bunch of hunts that I can be switching between, because if I would be just doing one hunt, I would be getting kind of bored of it. I sometimes double hunt. I usually don't double hunt in the same exact place though, because I like to be having different hunts, so I'm not having like the same targets in both games. I personally find it too boring. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I haven't done it too much lately because I haven't been into like hunting the teacup. That's usually my second hunt that I'm doing while I'm doing something in Sword. I might be getting back to it though. At some point. I think I try to indeed be setting another like 3DS hunt when I'm doing the surfing thing in Sword. Just don't know exactly where and for what. As I said, probably a Lola for surfing because it's fitting. I have another one in mind if I would be finding it quickly because it's 100% gonna be the target. We'll see if we get there. What do you? That I might be starting the surfing hunt on Thursday if I have time and stuff. And I'm feeling okay that day to be streaming. I'm not too exhausted. Then I'm like thinking, do I want to be doing the 3 hunts before I continue my usual hunts? I have so many hunts that I want to be doing, but so many that I have not completed. Always a problem. Never enough time. Too many hunts that you want to be doing. And of course, like Fossil Week, whenever it's gonna be happening this year, I'm gonna be doing fossil hunts then, of course. And that's kind of expected, because I really want to be doing it. And even if it doesn't happen this year, then, you know, I'll be doing it anyways. At some point I'll be doing fossil hunts. But still, most of the time I'll be keeping that at least once a week Dynamax Adventures, at least once a week Alpha Ghidorah. Then other days are free for anything that I want to do. Dynamax Adventures are probably gonna be there for quite some time, but Alpha Ghidorah can be done quite quickly. I will say though, one thing that in my opinion is kind of annoying, even though it doesn't like change the way that I hunt, But I kind of dislike that fossils, if you revive them, they are always full odds. Because, like as I said, I don't mind it, but at the same time I can understand why someone else is frustrated that they did get a shiny charm and, you know, it doesn't affect it. Same with Reggie's in Sword and Shield, to be fair. We're stuck with full odds. There's some other things like the dens, for example, that they are always gonna be same odds no matter do you have the charm or not as well. There isn't too many of them, to be fair, and they are not a usual way of hunting, the ones that I'm not mentioning. Because if I remember correctly, some of the like Impidimps in Colleenwood Tangle, they are always full odds. Specifically the ones that you need to be touching the mushroom for. I could be wrong. I remember something like that. But yeah, understandable that if you are making your way to be getting the shiny charm, that it would be nice if everything would be affected by it. But yeah, it is what it is. Or like PDSP, that shiny charm is specifically said that it's not gonna be doing anything but eggs. And that's like fair game at that point. To be fair, why do they even bother having it in the game at that point? Because it doesn't really help. But it is there though. I just feel like if things have the same shiny odds, and like let's say random encounters as an example, random encounters has the same chance at like Sword of Justice, they both are affected by charm, so it's just the Sword of Justice thing is same as the Reggies are. Why couldn't they be affected by the charm? Don't know. Weird choices. Thanks, game, for loading this place. I want to be blind. But yeah, it is what it is. Because I will say that in my opinion, that indeed charms should be doing something if you actually get it. Like, I know that nowadays it's pretty easy to be getting, but still. You know, thankfully it's quite easy to be getting without a charm as well. Like, even in Legends Arceus it's possible. Like, I have every Pokemon that is possible to be getting in this game, but I don't have a charm, because you need to be actually reaching research level 10 to be getting shiny charm in this game. And I still think that in my opinion it's not worth it, but people want to be going for it, then, you know, go for it. No, still, I will say nothing else is really bad, but the legendaries that you need to be using moves, because, you know, you can only be catching one. And it doesn't, like, get any more points if you would be, like, transferring more. Also, how did that Bronzong see me? Excuse me. Isn't really even loaded in and already saw me. Yeah. Good work, game. I guess very few things in Scarlet and Violet that, like, aren't affected by Charm, and they are like the Terra Pokemon, and I'm quite certain that it would be the Stellar Pokemon as well. Is they kind of function the same way? Could be wrong though. I know the Terra Pokemon are always full odds. And it kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense indeed. Oh, yeah. Yep. A few more checks to go, then we're gonna be indeed be having a break. I will also say since these are going so quickly, it kind of feels like I'm forgetting to be checking something. Yeah, it is what it is. I think we're gonna be hitting another 14. I'm shocked. How? I don't know. But anyways, I mean, I'm not saying no to a good amount of progress though. Why would I? To be fair, it has been 3 hours, so... Why is that Bronzong nowadays when like, 2 runs in a row? It has been like straight away looking that way. Because I'm pretty sure it's not always doing that. I'm pretty sure about that. Another empty one. Very nice. Oh, another Voltorb. Another Voltorb for the day. It seems like today is a Voltorb day. Another Voltorb. Now it's only that one, and then I would have been fighting in all of these 3 spots. A shiny Voltorb today. That's hilarious. 2 Voltorbs. Lovely. Still not an alpha though. That is still like kind of goals, but I will say that I'm not gonna be, most likely gonna be buttering with that hunch. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it's also fine. Don't really like it though. One of my favorite Hishuian forms. Especially shiny wise. And they were also almost an hour apart as well, that's kind of funny. Very interesting. So in another hour I'm gonna be getting the 3rd Voltorb. Could be, could be. I have so many of them as shinies, it's insane. To be fair, love the little fella though. Apart from Pokemon Go, I still think that looks horrendous in Pokemon Go. It's another Walter for you to be checking out. Let's see. An empty one, but yeah. Break time! This dude wants to be thrown out. There we go. Throw the Voltorb. I'm not gonna be moving the Voltorb. I'm gonna be waiting until another shiny appears. Sleepy fellas. Indeed. Wait, or something. Remove all of those. You know. Go. Let's get going on then. Indeed, I'm gonna be switching the wall orb to the correct box. Once I get another shiny ore at the end then. We'll see which happens first, you know. Oh. Oh yeah, because first, yeah, yeah, I did do 17 and 17. Last hour was only 15. Like, currently my average is 13 in an hour, which is pretty good. Insane day today. I'm still waiting when the game just decides that you're gonna be getting million massive mass outbreaks. Because, I don't know. We've done almost 50 in 3 hours. I can be, like, normally I can be expecting that I'm hitting like around 15 4 hours. It's only 1 hour difference, but still. Well, you know, it's just like that some days indeed. I ain't necessarily complaining, it's just surprising. I guess game is feeling nice for me again for returning to hunts that I haven't done in a while. It's not definitely because it's just luck. Nah. Couldn't be. Couldn't be. audio. A fun thing that we are also gonna be doing tomorrow is that we're gonna be smoking a fish when we're gonna be going in the summer cottage once again. Spending some time there. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, this time it's probably gonna be taking a little bit longer because we have, well, larger fish. It's not as thick that the last one was. Because this time we decided that it's gonna be cheaper to be buying, you know, because we want to be buying quite a big fish this time around since there's a bunch of people there. I want to be buying a big fish. So when it becomes to do a big fish, it's better to be buying, like in quotes, a whole one. Basically the only thing that it has been done is it has been cut in half and, you know, all the, you know, hearts and whatnots they have been taken out of, but apart from that you need to be preparing it yourself. Which isn't too bad. I have done it a few times. We don't have the best of equipments for it, but I mean, it still works. So, you know, that was something. It's not as thick as it would be if we would be indeed be buying like already like sliced piece. Of course, but I mean, don't really care. But it most likely is gonna be taking a little bit longer because overall it's like bigger piece. What are you? It is what it is indeed. It's a fun thing. We prepared it last night and everything as well. Because otherwise we would be preparing it today and, you know, might as well. We didn't have anything else that we wanted to be doing, so might as well be preparing a fish. Like 3 in the morning. What better time there is? And you know, it's of course like another thing that we don't now need to be doing it today. It's not like we wouldn't been doing too much anyways. Would have been quite quickly from there going to sleep anyways. But yeah. We'll be ready now then, indeed. Can I now be getting a mass outbreak shiny? Or am I still gonna be not finding one? Also no good run, unfortunately, this time around. But yeah. One thing that I have not really understood when it comes down to some people when they are eating fish, though, if it's not in a restaurant, that is, that, you know, since, you know, fish, they don't be having bones or whatever, that people are upset that if there is, you know, those in there, but, you know, it's kind of hard to be getting rid of all of them. I understand indeed if you're in a restaurant and, you know, in like fair play to be expecting that there is not gonna be any, but like if you're buying a fish from, you know, a store, I will be always expecting a little bit, even though it's said that it shouldn't be having any. Which is it's kind of a lie in a way, because it's in the package. It usually still says that there can be up to 10, which is, you know, fair play, because, you know, it's hard to be getting rid of all of them, because it's kind of a work that I'm assuming that they are doing by hand. So I don't really know how well it could be done with, like, a machine. So I'm kind of assuming that most of them are gonna be done by hand. Or if they're done by a machine, then, you know, they are gonna be only getting rid of certain parts. They don't really know how to be looking for, like, every single one of them, like, separately. But yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. Also, one thing that we have tried quite a few times, that when we have been, you know, cutting, like, fresh fish, is to, you know, try to be giving our cats some, because, like, every single time that we're gonna be having, like, you know, like, actual good meat and fish or something else that we are feeling comfortable to be getting to the cat, or giving to the cat. She normally doesn't eat it. Yesterday she did. Which was kind of interesting, because, as I said, she's picky in the weirdest way possible, that she doesn't usually like expensive things. Give an expensive piece of meat, that's the most insult that you can be giving her. Give her, like, the cheapest, most processed piece of, you know, ham. She loves it. But I will still say that I'm never ever gonna be feeling comfortable giving any animal raw chicken. For me, it's just too risky. I know that there is risks with every single raw thing, of course. That's why, you know, it's better to be cooking things. But, you know, chicken is one of them that I'm not willing to be risking. I don't know. I know that people are giving like raw eggs to dogs to be keeping their fur nice and, you know, clean and stuff. I don't know, it's kind of 50-50. Will I be feeling too comfortable with that? I feel more comfortable that with the raw chicken though, even though they have most of the time same problems. But I feel more comfortable giving a raw egg. But I don't... It's a thing that I don't think that I'm personally gonna be eating too many raw eggs. I don't think that the problem even is that, you know, it's raw. Like, specifically that it's raw. I think the problem is because it's raw, it's kind of like slimy. I think that will be my biggest issue. Have I ever tried to be, you know, eating a raw egg? No. But it doesn't sound a thing that I would be too interested in trying. either. I know that in bunch of places it's quite normal, but I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of weird though. You know, there is those people that, you know, only eat raw meat and stuff along those lines. I don't necessarily watch them, but I sometimes, you know, watch some people be criticizing them. And then I'm like, quite surprised that it doesn't, like, you know, make my tummy turn or anything. I'm quite fine with it. Like, I don't mind it. Again, I don't want to be doing it myself. It's just strange because usually people don't even like to be watching it. There's very few times that I've been like, ew, about it, but yeah. I would be mostly fine with it indeed. I do be liking though that most of the time people are like making like a warning in the beginning that if you have a weak stomach, don't watch this. Which is a very nice thing. I mean, I feel like it's also kind of obvious. But, you know, better safe than sorry for sure. I will say one thing I'm quite glad that people are doing more, at least it feels like lately, is that they are giving flashing, like, colors or lights warning. Which is very nice. I mean, like, is it necessary? No, but I mean, it doesn't really hurt. Even though I personally don't really struggle with it, I will say that I don't necessarily like it. I don't think it's the flashing things that is the problem for me. It's just I personally just don't like if things are too bright. Like, for example, in this game, whenever the cave doesn't decide to be loading in, it's just... Ugh. To be fair, it's kind of counteractive. It's the correct word, maybe. I do be having my monitor settings quite, like, high, but it's for the reason that I want to be able to see in the shadows. Because it's kind of a, you know, instead, you know, in games that you either will be blinded by the daylight, or you're not gonna be seeing in the dark because they don't have like a slider that you can be adjusting, and it's sad. What do you doopy? What a doopy. I could definitely be. I'm like still like guessing that I actually like have like something that my eyes just don't like bright lights. I wouldn't be too surprised. Can I be bothered to be going ahead and going to a doctor about it? Not really. Because it's not really an issue, because, you know, if it's sunny outside, you know, sunglasses. Easy fix. If, you know, games are too bright, you know, make the game not to be as bright. So, yeah. It's not like it's giving me a headache or anything, it's just like I just can be feeling like it's hurting my eyes. It's nothing else. Very rarely do I be getting like a headache. But then it like needs to be for quite some time already, like the light be like that. I love that there's like plane that is about to be landing. I just can be hearing like just kind of, you know, like just a bass. Like I know that it's a plane that is landing. Just can be hearing very deep motor noises. I guess it could be a helicopter, but I don't know, it's not too deep. And usually, you know, helicopters, they do be going a little bit faster. So it wouldn't be that long, so most likely a plane that is landing. Oh gosh, again, cheese. I just talked about this. It's so strange because the floor is always like correct. But then like the walls and the ceiling is like, nah, I'm not loading correctly. But then again, I'm kind of used to it. It's still not nice. I still don't like it. But I can live with it. Also, shiny Ursa Luna. No, because it's Ursa Ring, but I could technically be evolving one, but I don't need to. Imagine if there randomly would be an Ursa Luna there, though. That would be kind of crazy. Speaking of Ursa Luna, I feel like I'm one of the only ones that I don't mind if a line is in certain colors when they're shiny and then they drastically are different for one of them. Because I like both Teddy Ursa and Ursa Ring as shiny, so I don't mind the green. And I also like the red of Ursa Luna though. Because it's usually the case that people either absolutely hate the green bears and then they absolutely love the red bear, or the other way around. I don't understand it because I think both of them look good. Because a bunch of people, another great example what people are hating on is the Dusknoir shiny. I like it. Like, sure, could it have been red like rest of them? Yes, but I don't mind it shiny though. It's not a bad shiny if you ask me. And I don't really understand, in my opinion, it's like some people are saying that it's subtle shiny. I don't know. I don't really agree on that it's a subtle shiny. Like, it's not the most drastic changing one, but I don't know, I wouldn't personally be saying that it's a subtle shiny. But it do be what it do be. Because for Ursaluna, I just love that, like, it's like referencing like Blood Moon when it's shiny. I just thought that that was like straight away from the get-go very cool. And I will say that in my opinion, I haven't really seen anyone turn Ursaluna to being green. I don't know if I would be liking it. Quite a good amount of size differences there. Let me check out actually Dusk Noir. If I remember correctly, it's not that subtle. I don't know. I think it's clearly a blue. I don't know if I see that many colors, then that people are not seeing the blue there, but I don't know, I do be seeing the blue quite well. Because I will still say that it's definitely one of the shinies that I'll be hunting on at some point, that I'll be getting Shiny Dusk Noir. I don't care that people don't like it. I like it. I wanna hunt for it. But yeah, it is what it is indeed. Shinies are shinies. Who doesn't love differently colored pixels on the screen? And I also kind of see it in that way, even though there's shinies that I don't personally like and stuff, and you know, other people don't like certain shinies and whatever. I feel like, as it is with Pokemon designs, I think there needs to be the, in quotes, ugly ones. Because, I don't know. I've always kind of hated, you know, going to like real life. I've always hated like fashion world in that everything is always perfect. So it kind of feels like more real in a way, because there is the in quotes ugly designs as well. Because, you know, it is just how things are. You know, not everything in nature is supposed to be beautiful. There's quite a good amount of things that are meant to be quite nasty looking. So, like Pokemons, like surely. There needs to be, you know, the ugly ones in there indeed. Same with this with shinies as well. There needs to be those as well. What are you? And I guess that's like kind of my, in quotes, an issue that I don't necessarily think that there is any like bad Pokemons. Because I can kind of see good in every single one of them, even though I still absolutely do be hating Snapple because of the anime mostly. Second thing is because it's stupid rare. It's not even that good. And fairy type for whatever reason. But, I mean, I can still be like seeing like why it is the way that it is. That's why I'm, I guess, a rare person in that I don't mind most of the humanoid Pokemons. I guess I always find it funny that people are hating on some humanoid Pokemons and then they like some of them. You know, make a decision, do you like them or not? You can't be saying that you hate humanoid Pokemons if you like quite a good amount of them, you know. Because I will still be saying that I like Inteleon as a Pokemon, but I don't really like the fact that it's too slim. But I still like it as a Pokemon though. And thankfully there is most likely a Pokemon that everyone likes. Considering that how many there are. I feel like there is someone for everyone, you know. And that's still beauty of games, that there can be 1,000,002 different characters that you don't like, but there is most likely at least one that you like. And then again, if you're hating everything about a game, why are you even playing it? It's kind of like sometimes, you know, the best response to like hate comments is that if they're like hating on you and then, you know, you want to be responding to them or someone responds to them like, if you hate it so much, why do you keep watching it, you know? Because that is kind of true, like if you absolutely hate something, why are you still doing it, you know? I mean, always like critique is a different thing, of course, but like if you just absolutely hate something, like why are you keep doing it, you know? Especially like if it comes down to like a person that you don't like to be watching, why are you bothering watching it if you don't like the person? What a doobie, what a doobie. Hello, Bronzo. What are you doing? Oh, and your big glowing eyes. Anyways. Yeah, indeed. We're soon at 60 checks for the day. I guess if the thing, like, if the streak is gonna be keep going this high, there is a chance that I could be hitting 100 checks done indeed today. But then again, 60 is the, minimum that I want to be hitting. 80 is usually around what I get. Around there, indeed, so that's not bad, that's not bad. Because I always love to be giving myself low numbers so I can be overachieving them. Good strategy, in my opinion. Strategy indeed. But also, another funny thing that is gonna be happening tomorrow as well is that we're gonna be having quite a big breakfast. Apparently. At least my boyfriend has planned on that. Which is pretty cool. We don't usually have too big breakfast. Like, when I start a stream, before that I eat 2 or 3 slices of bread. I don't know, it does fill me for quite some time indeed. Usually the whole stream, but sometimes I'm gonna be eating something if, needed, of course. And we're gonna be having, bread, bacon and eggs, most likely. Be having pancakes. And probably one of the coolest things, in my opinion, even though it has been probably a thing in ages, but we don't really eat it too often, is that there is like small packages of Nutella, because we don't want to be, of course, buying a big jar, because we don't really eat those kinds of things. It's not really a thing for us at all. I don't know how big of a thing it is in here anyways. But yeah, these like small packages that, those are gonna be kind of perfect for us. And they're not that expensive. I mean, they are, of course, but they're not that expensive though. So that's nice. Because, you gotta be hating to be throwing away. Food. That's why we always like to be buying milk. The little amount. Enough for the recipe, but the less extra the better. Because it do be a waste of money, and it do be a waste of whatever it is. But that's pretty nice. I've always found it strange, by the way, because pancake is basically the same thing in English and in Finnish. At least the ones that, you know, we have in here, I wouldn't really consider them to be cakes. You know. So why are they called pancakes? Like, yeah, surely you're making them usually in a pan. Yeah, that part makes sense, but it's not really a cake. So... Am I being a nitpicky again? Maybe. But technically... I mean, to be fair, some names for things, they are tending to be just a certain way because they just sound better, which is, you know, fair enough. Of course. But yeah. It do be. What it do be indeed. I remember because like years and years ago, Gloom, the YouTube channel, they did make a video about like school lunches around the world. And when they were making the Finnish one, people did get upset that they technically didn't have the correct things for pancakes. Which is fair enough, because the thing that they did have, it's actually not pancakes. At least what we, like, in that situation, what we would be having as pancakes in school. So... yeah. Do be what it do be. And I wonder, did they even use expired milk for it? Because usually for pancakes in here, you're gonna be using expired milk. I don't know why. I mean, to be fair, everything is gonna be, you know, kind of burning away. Because there's technically two kinds of things that we call them both pancakes. I think the other one is maybe peeps in Finnish English. But we use the same word for both of them. Even though they're two completely different things, but anyways, it's like indeed like a one that you put into an oven. And then there's the one that you bake on the pan indeed. But in Finnish language, technically both of them are correct. Because you can be, like, the pan, you can be calling it pan in Finnish. And in certain situations, you know, the cooking tray that you put into an oven, you can also be calling it in certain situations that a pan as well. So technically correct in every way. That's why they are the same exact name, even though they are indeed different things. But I'm gonna check real quickly. It creeps. I guess there is another word for them, but it's not really used that much in Finnish language. They have a different name, but it's just not used almost ever. What do you? Doobie, what it doobie? Because we have literally like a batter that is meant for both like pancakes and for waffles. Like you can be making both out of them if you like, depending on which one you want to be using it for. You need to be adding different things. But it's nice that, you know, that kind of mixture, because we don't eat those too often. We really don't. We don't usually eat too big of a breakfast. And we don't that often even be eating breakfast at the same time, so it's a little too much work, you know. Special. Then again, I don't know. Oh, an alpha. Jeez. That's the second random alpha. Nice. I already have a Gligar. But hey, I'm taking that. Yo. It's pretty cool. Look at the dude. I already indeed have one, but I don't know if it's a male or female. That's indeed a second random alpha. That's cool. Like, it's a random in a way that it's not a guaranteed spot for it. I want to be checking was the other one male or female. Oh! I mean, I wouldn't notice. I wouldn't notice you. You're definitely a lot less exciting. And you're mean. I hate Alakir. With a burning passion. It's just... you. In every way. Pretty sure it's this one, because it looks lighter. I need to be switching into nighttime because I can be checking out the dude in here, I would like to say, because might be too much of a daytime. Oh, hello. I guess since I'm already going in here, I can be, you know, checking it out already. I want to see my Pokemon. First of all, was this one over here? Oh, it is a difference, so I did get both genders. That's cool. Didn't catch it in any cool ball, but then again, you know, wing ball do be kind of fitting. What did I catch even the first one in? Probably a Gigadon ball or something like that. Do tend to catch them in those. Let's go. I got both genders. And as usual, I'm gonna be moving out the... It's a shiny. I'm gonna be moving out the alpha one to the alpha box after today. That's pretty cool though. I like it though. Ew. I hate it. That's pretty cool though. A random alpha. Gligar. Gotta love it. The first random alpha was Toxicroak. I don't really want to be knowing if and one of those Alkids is shiny though. But yeah, indeed, we don't really usually be having too big of a breakfast, but you know, it's nice to be leaving them for like special breakfast situations. You know, we don't usually have bacon for breakfast. Pancakes, waffles, those kinds of things. We don't have them almost ever. So, you know, makes it more special when every once in a while we do be having them though. Also, I guess it's that for a quieter day from the shinies. Sad. Also, I did say quite a long time ago that if I would be getting another Clycard, it'd be a random Alpha one. It was. I think I have been finding maybe a few more shinies in between, but that's pretty cool. Love it. Yeah, this is gonna be, by the way, the last run that we're gonna be doing before we're gonna be having a break. There hasn't been an outbreak there in a while. Interesting. I've been spending so much time in here, it's about to be clearing up. Thankfully I don't have too many spots, you know, to be looking for anyways. At least this time when I did get a random shiny alpha, it wasn't when I was pausing. I remember last time that I did get the Toxicroak random alpha. It's indeed like that. And also it means that I did get an alpha shiny this month. Even though I wasn't really thinking that it would be today, but I did. Got 2 Pokemon indeed. Doubled my shinies for the day. Gotta love it. Gotta love it indeed. Here we go. Nice. And since the only ones that I really do a nature guess for in this game is alphas, my nature guess is impish. It's jolly. Jolly little fella. 12th alpha shiny. Nice. And like my 3rd Elekid. But yeah, that's like the coolest thing is that indeed I have both genders now for Gligar. But that's pretty cool. I was kind of thinking it would be kind of cool to be hitting in the next hour 50. But I think 19 is quite a far-fetched thing to be thinking about. But maybe. Possible always. Anyways, let's get going on there. Another empty map though. What is just so stupid that 2 times a day I've been getting a random shiny while there has been a massive mass outbreak while doing. I say it's stupid and it's not like it happens all the time. It's not like it happens all the time anyways. Also, I'm guessing, based on the amount of in-game time that I have, that I'm gonna be hitting 450 hours in this file today. So, 50 more, then we are gonna be hitting 500, which is basically halfway there to the max hours. What do need to be? What it do be? At least I will say one thing, I'm glad that the game doesn't completely like corrupt itself when it gets to max hours, because imagine if that would be happening. It would be so bad. But yeah, I don't think that I'm gonna be hitting quite 100 checks today though. It's gonna be close though. But most likely I'll be hitting like 2660. Which would be 90 checks, but we'll see, of course, you know. I'll do whatever amount that I can, you know. I'll do whatever amount I can indeed. You know, still I can't be really predicting when the game just decides that it's time for 1,002 massive mass outbreaks. You never know. Hey. But yeah. At least I will say one thing, if I ever do be deciding to be actually doing a living dex, and I'm gonna be like not counting Arceus, but for like Arceus exclusive things. At least I know that I'm not gonna be hunting Elekid in Scarlet and Violet. I'll be hunting it in any other game. Any other game I'm fine with. Oh, hello. Another alpha gumi. Love to see the little fellow. You big fella. You know a thing that I don't really get at all? In Discord specifically. It doesn't happen too often. But sometimes, like, servers, they like will in quotes be archiving channels. I don't really get it. And I find it one of the most strangest things ever. Like, I know, like, in some situations I guess I can understand, but in most situations, like, why? Like, why are you making a channel and then like, it's not gonna be updated ever, and no one can be typing in there and such? Because then it just kind of feels like, you know, why is it there? Kind of situation. There's no reason for it to be in there. I'm hunting down an Alpha Gudra. Let's stay target in here. Hunting it via map resets. Odds are 1 in 2,400 and each because I have research level 10. Not gonna be doing anything to that though. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Can I? Thank you. Every single Pokemon game has the issue of entering places, that's for sure. Sometimes it's buildings because you have running shoes on. Sometimes it's caves because I don't know why. Why is there not always an option to be entering that place? It's so stupid. Nice. Hopefully it's fun. I've never personally be playing it, but... And I don't think that it would be my kind of game anyways. Seems interesting though. Well, that's unfortunate you lost your old save file, but... Unfortunately it happens. It's quite often. Thankfully I haven't really lost that important save files ever. I lost save files for sure, but none of them have been that important to me. I guess most of the time, even if I wouldn't been losing it, I could be just getting a new one started quite easily. Yeah, seems interesting. I don't think that I've really played any game like at all in the competitive way. Because most of the time I'm just playing games for funsies anyways. So I don't really care how well I'm doing, but yeah. An interesting thing though. can understand why people are into it, for sure. Some games, of course, more than others. Oh, there wasn't one in there. Some more than others, for sure, but it's with everything, though. There's another one in there. Hippos. More hippos. Definitely not what I need. But then again, I did get another one that I didn't need today. And it was an Elekid. So it would be quite fitting for the game to be giving me a hippo as well. None of you are shiny, so I can already tell that. None of them were different shades of purple. Hello, Rosalia. Well, that was certainly a way to disappear. The glowing red eyes kind of glitching out. Nice. Another alpha female hippo. Jeez, there has been a lot of alphas in this specific massive mass outbreak. Like in the massive mass outbreaks themselves, and also now there is something in the Carnivine spot. Interesting. Very interesting. There we go. Thanks, game. The Clefable seems so small, but it could be because I'm used to the alpha one. I don't know, it just seems so small compared to the Clefairies there, but it's always a problem when you see most of the Pokemon as the alpha, and you're thinking that when they are regular size that they're so small. Ian Mega. That's maybe a one that I forget to be checking. Then again, I could be having quite a good amount of them as well. Cool shiny. But then again. There's so many of them. There's so many animals. So many animals indeed. It's already 7 p.m. Very fine. Late indeed. Hello, cat. Oh yeah, it's 7. You probably haven't gotten the rest of your food yet. I know, terrifying. Unfortunately, if I'm gonna be giving you the rest of the food, you need to be waiting like a hell of an hour. I'll be giving you during the next break then. Or you just want attention, that's also a possibility. We'll be giving you the rest of the food anyways during the next ad break indeed. Even though, you know, as usual, she do be having try food every single moment in a day. But of course, you know, it's not the best kind, but you know, if hungry, then you know, she do be eating it. And sometimes she do be preferring randomly be eating it anyways. I mean, thankfully, try food is one of those things that eating in codes never gets old. In actuality, yes it does, but it just takes forever, so, you know, the cat is gonna be eating everything before it goes bad, you know. A little bit over an hour or more, and then it's indeed 450 hours hit the save file. I will still say that this game is probably for me one of the only games that you can truly be like believing what the amount in the in-game time is. You know, most of the time there's quite a good amount of like AFK time. I mean, this is as well, but I feel like a lot less than in quite a good amount of the other ones. Because sometimes I will say that much that in some games I do be preferring to be resetting the game and not adding the in-game time when I'm done hunting. In some games I like to be having it on all the time, be as accurate as possible, you know. Depends a little bit indeed. For example, the whole hard goal that I'm doing, the shiny only thing indeed. For that I'll be keeping like, oh, hello. I'm gonna be keeping apparently a parasect there. I'm gonna be finding one. That's really what I'm after in there though. Hello. I'm gonna just throw a wing ball at you. Thinking feather ball, but a wing ball. Oh no. Thanks for the follow. It's kind of I have got a few of these already. During this hunt as well. Oh, come on, stop being angry. I don't really care what Pokeball you're in, honestly. Finally. Jeez. Yeah, indeed the hard gold file that I have I'll be defeating with shinies only. That file is one of the ones that I'll be keeping like quite an accurate time, like in-game time. Be always saving after I'm done hunting. So I'm just curious like how long it's gonna be taking. I mean, it's of course not gonna be counting how much time I did spend on try to be getting the starter, because, you know, it's its own thing as always. But everything else, like random encounter hunts, I can be seeing how long they take, even though I will say that I'm not gonna be remembering. But it's interesting though. Another parasect to the collection. Please good race there. Be getting a shiny number 6 for today. Which would mean that once I do be getting, if I do be getting a 6th shiny today, it is one away from 230 regular sized faces. Hello, another Gligar today. Already found one alpha, so that's one away then. One away then from 230 regular sized faces. Unfortunately, it means that I need to be going ahead and going to sleep because I don't think that I can be seeing the night one before I'm there. I have a feeling that it's gonna be switching away from there. Ew, not more Kids game. I really don't want any more. One is enough for one day, and honestly for the rest of the year. Don't really care about Kid and it's shiny. Never have and never will. Yeah, I suppose the only alpha that I don't have as a gender difference is the Rhyperior that I can of course be getting from like this. No, Steelix is there as well, but I never will be going for Steel. Like, I almost never be seeing Steelix, so there honestly isn't too many that have gender differences in here. These alphas that are guaranteed. There is a bunch of them, but most of them are not guaranteed. The unfortunate reality is that if I do be getting one more shiny, it means that I can be showing them all off at the end. Because I only have 6 slots in the party. But then again, I guess if I would be finding one more, maybe Gligar could be a one that I'm not gonna be showing because I did get the alpha one today. So it's gonna be shown anyways. Alpha Anima. No thank you, game. As cool as it would be. Where is the last one? There it is. Hiding there. There we go. What are you? Maybe a good time to be reminding that hydrating is important. It do be indeed. So, you know, if you haven't done it, you know, do that. Take a break, you know, if needed. or something like that, you know. Important things that are easy to be forgetting. Maybe indeed. Also, I didn't switch the car, but I can be waiting until there is more showing up anyways. I'm gonna double check on those gun tanks, even though I'm quite sure again that they would have been sparkling. Quite sure that they would have indeed. I was quite close to them, but might as well. Let's contact, you know, adding another one of them to the collection. Nothing. Guess they might not have been spawning in there because they didn't really be there already, but I don't remember how this game works. Because for some Pokemon it remembers if it's from an outbreak or a mass outbreak, it do be remembering that it's there. But for some it doesn't seem to be doing that. But then again, games be games. For a second, because I didn't see it too well, I thought that Voltorb there was just shiny behind the tree. And I would have been like, what? Again? I don't need a third one of them today, even though I absolutely do be loving the fella, but I'm gonna say it again to the game that if you want to be giving me another one, let the next one be Alpha. But maybe not today, because I already got one random Alpha. So a second one would be quite a shocker. So maybe wait until another day when I'm hunting this. Maybe indeed. This rock hasn't been too shaky today. It's been a little bit, of course, but not that much. I guess it's not in the shaky mood. It's not in the shaky mood indeed. Yeah, also because we did hit 450, we are halfway there until the next big goal, which is of course 500, and then, as I said, I'll be doing a DA week. After we hit that at some point. Which is of course gonna be, though, like in a week in that it's most likely gonna be 5 days. We're still having the usual 2 days off. But we'll see, we'll see. Ducks. Crisp Psyducks. Where are they hiding indeed? Would love to be getting that blue duck. Even though it still doesn't really do anything to me. But it would be definitely a cool find though. Don't feel like that is a usual location for Psyducks. People get Psyducks from. So, be kinda cool. Always love like spots that people tend to be getting a shiny less from indeed. Even though I just don't necessarily care about the rarity of shinies, but it do still be making it cool. It do be indeed. But yeah, I guess I think I should be doing the layout for the surfing today. I'm gonna try to be making it an animated one if I can be making it look semi-decent. Not too much, but a little bit, you know. But if I can, then you know it's gonna be a still one then. We'll see, we'll see. I kind of like would like to be making it, you know, a moving one. Cause I do feel like moving backgrounds. But you know, if it's too much effort, it's too much effort indeed. Maybe I could be doing other things to the layout as well today. Let's try to, you know, but we'll see. I'll be seeing it maybe on Thursday, indeed, because the next time that I'm most likely gonna be on. Well, maybe 2 or 3 more checks, then it's gonna be another break time since, you know, another hour has passed. I mean, I will also say that we're not that far from hitting 50 in this hour. It's gonna be too far away, that's for sure, but it wasn't that far off though. It's just so strange that when there's a Magikarp outbreak there, it just removes every other Magikarp there. Surely there would be enough room for more Magikarps. Because technically in older games there's always infinite amount of Pokemons in every patch of grass and in every water tile. Surely they could have been fitting, you know, one there. Surely. Silly things, silly things. Thanks, game. Appreciate it once again. One of those times when it's not loading incorrectly, there's gonna be the alpha Crobat that is pink. It would be quite fitting. It would be quite fitting for sure. The Heracross one is thankfully very much in the place. Thanks, game, for counting the button press twice. I mean, it's definitely not the end of the world. I'm just easily gonna be going, you know, there, but still, it's not like I need to be going to sleep anyway, so it's not like I'm wasting the nighttime time anyways. Here we go. Yeah, this is probably going to be the last check before there's the break indeed. Don't think that I can be squishing in. Really one more there. I think that indeed. Maybe there's gonna be a pink Heracross and it's the first mass outbreak shiny for the day. I will be saying it a million times, but I'm still the most unluckiest with the places that I should be having the highest odds in this game. I'm getting more shinies randomly. And in massive mass outbreaks, I'm gonna be getting more shinies in massive mass outbreaks than in mass outbreaks. To be fair, for everything, I'm only just checking either the first four or, you know, whatever spawns in. But still. Don't see too much pink there. Most of them are female as well. Interesting. Interesting. There we go. Very nice indeed. I'll be moving, you know, the dudes. Well, even though it's only one dude, but anyways, I'm gonna be moving the dude there indeed. So close being filled with this box. Or pasture, whatever. We're so close. I'm gonna throw a wall drop there. Yeah. I'll see. I'll most likely be able to indeed be hitting today 2,660 checks. Which would be 900 today, but of course, you know, if it is not possible, then it's not possible, but I feel like it is doable. I'm gonna be going like an hour-ish more today. We'll see, we'll see. How bouncy the little raft looks there. Even though it do be pausing whenever it's doing, you know, any kind of movement, but anyways. Is there anything cool in here going on? Absolutely nothing. There's literally nothing going on. Love it. I feel like honestly it should be more often than not that there is like nothing going on in here. I feel like it should be like that indeed. But you, yeah, 15 more. Most likely today, but if it seems like 10 is more doable, then I'll do 10, because as I said, I'm not gonna be going for too much more than an hour today more. To be fair, it's 6 hours at that point, so it's around the time that I'm on anyways. So it's not that bad. You know what I've been quite surprised about today? I haven't gotten a green badge. I don't get them always, but quite often I do. And usually when I get one, I might be having two. What do you... See, we'll see. Anything and everything can be happening today, though. Can indeed. And it is, as always, the case that the less massive mass outbreaks there is gonna be, the less time it's gonna be taking to be getting there. But yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to do the hunting indeed. Still hoping that whatever you're looking for, you can be getting it. But remember, progress is progress, no matter what. If you need / want to be taking a break, then you know, take a break. Nothing wrong with that. And if you feel like you're getting bored of a hunt, then maybe try to do another hunt. Might be motivating you more to be hunting the hunt that you're getting bored of. Might be indeed. Breaks from things are important. Indeed. That alpha's contact is spawning weirdly. It kind of felt like the game didn't like think like, you know, that it's a shiny. It's not a shiny, it's an alpha. Just kind of weirdly spawned there. We'll see. We'll see. Cheese. Game, please. Let's encounter nothing. No. I wasn't too far away from it. I encountered actually a gibble. You can be technically encountering nothing. If you're like too far away from the thing and it just shows you the ground, it's just you're encountering nothing. Let's go. Funny things of the game. There's honestly probably so many glitches in this game that are kind of once in a lifetime things or like something like that. Like there is a ridiculous amount of them. I love it though. I love glitches that happen, but you know, don't break the game. They're cool. I always love them. been most likely talking about this before, but I just love when there is indeed like glitches in game that they don't really like benefit you by any means. They're just fun things, but also they're not really annoying. It's just you're fun. Like indeed encountering nothing. The game does like recognize that you're still like encountering people in that case. It just doesn't show you anything. Like, it's just literally zoom into the ground. But then again, you know, you're doing things that the game doesn't think that you are gonna be doing, so... you know, it happens. I was starting to think about... One thing I kind of miss from Minecraft, and since I like to be watching it occasionally, is that I miss like all times where there weren't OP farms for everything. Like surely they are cool and everything, but you know, every once in a while it would be nice to be watching, you know, someone just play through the game and not be doing any incredible farms and stuff. And in points I do be playing the game like that as well. Like surely some things I'd rather be having automated. But yeah, I don't know. It is the thing though, because I've been playing the game forever at this point, that indeed. I will say though that I think nowadays, at least for me, it's the case that I tend to be playing more in the same world, just because we have the things like automated farms and stuff. It do be helping with that. But, you know, it doesn't always hurt to be, you know, playing a little bit more simple. Because it's again kind of a thing that, even though I don't think it really does it, but it might discourage some people from playing the game indeed, because they're always seeing like cool things that other people are doing. I was talking about the same thing with drawing, that, you know, people are making like do this, don't do that things that I feel like can be discouraging to people, because, you know, draw whatever way you want. It doesn't really matter. It's kind of the same thing, you know, play the game the way you want. As it comes to Minecraft indeed. Because I feel bad like when I do be like watching, I rarely do be like reading comments and stuff, but sometimes when I do be seeing them, they're like, I wish I would be able to do that and that. But then again, like, does it really matter? Like, even though you might not be able to be making things like those, like quite a good amount of the Minecraft YouTubers, they have been playing the games for years. And you know, there is so many ways to be playing Minecraft as well. Some people are more just, you know, builders, some are more like, you know, go ahead and explore kinds. So many different ways to be playing the game. And none are better than, or none are more superior than others, of course. Yes, it's a game that you can be playing whatever way you want. What do you? Yeah, it's the thing always that it has always bothered me, but then again, it's in human nature to be comparing yourself to others. And some people are saying that I'm making something that is cool and they can be building it and whatever they make is bad, but then again, it just frustrates me because, you know, you make the game your own way, whatever the game is that you can be making your own. It doesn't make it any like uglier or anything. It's just different. How do you? I don't know. It is what it is, though. Tiny Geodude, perhaps? Oh, not this time. Sad. All bad much there. All bad much there indeed. Maybe there was like one. I thought I just heard the alpha music, but no, I didn't. Eat chucks and chucks. Let's say the checks as well done. Getting into the point that how to talk is a problem. I mean, to be fair, when it isn't a problem. When isn't it a problem though? Oh, chuchol. What are you? Indeed, try to be getting 10 more done. 15 minutes more or less until I hit 450 hours in the game. Imagine that. That's kind of crazy. Oh, come on. At least it doesn't really matter because I can be getting nicely up there. I really hope, by the way, still that in the next Legends game we can be having a better flying thing, that you can be, you know, getting more height as well, because it's just annoying to be landing down. I mean, it's not like Scarlet and Violet did have that from the beginning, but at least they added it to there, so, you know, I would really be hoping that that would be the flying mechanic that we would be having going forward. It's not like it's anywhere else superior or anything, it's just, it's kind of, in my eyes, unnecessary to be going down. And you know, most of the time, I would like to say that if a bird Pokemon, in this case, is strong enough to be lifting, you know, a person, it should be strong enough to be going upwards as well. Because it do be doing the boosting in the very beginning when you, like, start riding it. It, like, be doing that. So why couldn't be doing it otherwise? I guess in my opinion it very well could have. Very well could have indeed. Nice teleport there, Skuntank. I know it's just its speed and just, you know, it's stupid though, it just looks like it's teleporting. And my favorite teleporting Pokemon, Skuntank. It's also kind of interesting, like how important something like teleporting was back in the day in Pokemon as well. It feels like teleporting isn't like as big of a thing. Like surely every once in a while does a new Pokemon be getting like teleportation powers. Yeah. I don't know. One of those things that has kind of lost its wonder over the years, but it happens though. It could have been kind of cool to be seeing it in Scarlet and Violet. Not gonna lie. Seeing like how teleporting would have been working in that game. Because I still don't fully like that the ghosts, they do be like disappearing and appearing. It's cool, but it's kind of because it happens with so many ghost types. And also, it makes like seeing are they shiny or not a lot more annoying, so there is that as well. Like, it do be a cool feature, but I think it would have been a lot better if it would be more limited. Like, I don't know, there's some lines that just doesn't make more like that much sense. Like 3P line kind of makes sense, but at the same time not really. Let's go And I still would have probably be liking it more if they would have been just getting like a little transparent every once in a while, more than just like fully disappearing in most cases. For some you can, I think, be seeing the eyes even though it's like, you know, in the disappearing phase. Could be wrong though, but I'm just remembering like 3P would be working like that. At least I will say that much, that at least not every single ghost type do be doing it. But I just feel like if they have the ghost types, quite a good amount of the ghost types to be like fading in and out, why couldn't there be indeed the teleporting thing as well? Like, the way that it was done in Sword and Shield, it was that they teleport a little bit to the left, to the right, or wherever. It was kind of cool. And, you know, in Legends Arceus, they kind of did do the same, but they were gone for a longer amount of time. Like you can see with Abras, they are longer, like, gone. But yeah. It do be what it do be, indeed. kids, please. Oh. I would be having the nose pasty. It's a lot cooler Pokemon. I like it, the boss is fine. I like it. Interestingly built map, that's for sure. I guess I'm gonna be seeing what Steelix is feeling like. Guess I'll be doing that soon then indeed. Oh, hello. Alpha like the wire. Cool to be seeing you for sure. I haven't seen too many of you though. Snowburn. Snowburn. Yes. It could be indeed be a Snowburn. Then again, you know, they don't normally spawn in here anyway, so they're only available through massive mass outbreaks anyways, but I feel like it hasn't been like that many that I'm being seen. And again, you know, today do be one of the weirder days that there hasn't been too many mass outbreaks anyway, so that might be helping it out a little bit indeed. Might be. And of course now there is an alpha above the snow. Why wouldn't there be? An alpha above the snow. Alpha mischievous. I mean, I would probably still be counting it as an alpha found, even though it's not from the same spot as the actual alpha is from. Kind of why I like with Rhyperior, because as soon as I don't need to be checking the Rhyperior, I'm not gonna be checking the Rhyperior anymore. But we'll see, you know, we'll see. There's a Drifloon. Hanging out in there for sure. There is exactly 450 hours. Oh boy. It do be what it do be. That's for sure. Interesting. Very, very interesting, that's for sure. Oh, could you please not come to the table today? I don't want today, please. Cat. Even though I can be playing this game without seeing half of the things, but just not in the mood today. I know you're happy. I know you. No, you did get food. Food is good. Indeed, not today, please. Oh. I know you want to, you can be, you can, do that later. I'll be hanging out on my table later down today. Oh, fuck Rogang. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I may or may not have been seeing all the alphas there a few times today. Like separate times. Rarely is there 2 alphas that are there, apart from, of course, the guaranteed Gudra. Please. Oh. Please. I know, you want to, but no, please. To be giving her a bunch of attention today and tomorrow before we leave, but it's gonna be fine though. We're gonna be a little bit over a day away only. Usually not that long gone, indeed. Because she doesn't want to be alone at home, and we're still not gonna be really bringing her anywhere. Because she doesn't like that either. But yeah. She has been more fine with it, definitely, over the years, but every once in a while she's just thinking that we're not gonna be coming back, even though we have been coming back every single time. And then again, I think that if we would be gone for like a whole week, then I don't really know how she would be reacting to that. And again, don't know when that would really be happening. Not really like anywhere that we would be more than 2 days so like away. A few times there has been like a trip, but it was what we gotta catch. I'm pretty sure also nice double counting there. I'm gonna be counting for the next one. I don't remember. At least one of them was before. Maybe the other one was. It was not like a full week, if I remember correctly. Another chancy outbreak. Interesting. Maybe egg this time around? Could be, could be. Maybe an egg this time around. One can always be hoping for an egg. Funny egg indeed. It's still, in my opinion, one of the weirdest Pokemons to be giving a signature item to. Like Pikachu, you can be making sense that even if indeed it do be evolving, that it do be getting like its own special item, but Chansey is kind of odd. Chansey is definitely quite odd to be getting its own item. Because most of the time there is items, but they are meant for like specific purposes, like Eviolite for example. That works for every single Pokemon that can be evolving. Still. They're strange ones. Usually also evolution items, they do be doing something. Like increasing a crit chance or something like that, making dragon moves more powerful, whatever. But it makes sense. It's not really like people would be that much using for that, for those purposes. At least I don't think so. But at least it like kind of gives you an idea. Like I think like certain evolution items indeed, that if they are boosting like certain things, they would be more likely that people are equipping them to like Pokemon, and like in goats accidentally be getting evolutions. What do you? And again, there is so many held items that I probably don't even remember half of them. There's been quite a good amount of held items that have been made less powerful over the years. A few that have been made a little like more powerful over the years as well. But most of the time they are getting nerfs instead. Which is understandable, you know, making the game be feeling more balanced and everything. It makes sense. No egg. Sad. It depends on what you're asking for. I have been finding 6 shinies today. One completely random alpha. Depends on what you mean by luck. I feel like it's been a pretty average day for hunting Alpha Gudra. Nothing too crazy. But still... yeah. It technically could be a few more found still today, even though I'm gonna be doing only a few more runs today, then continuing indeed next Tuesday, most likely, not like tomorrow because I'm tomorrow off. But you know, as I said, try to be going back to every Tuesday Alpha Kudra. I'm doing quite well, thanks for asking. How are you doing yourself? Nice Alpha Subat there. Yeah, it's good that you're doing good though. But yeah, still a pretty decent day today though. You know, in about 6 hours I've been able to do 90 checks because there has just been absolutely... hello, third Gligar of the day. It's been an absolute nothingness of massive mass outbreaks today. Come on. Third Gligar of the day, the second non-alpha one, but it means that it's... I mean, it's literally in the title and in the screen that I'm looking for an Alpha Kudra. But yeah, that's number 230 of regular-sized faces. 12 alphas. I mean, it's literally also in the layout as well. And also there's a picture as well. But anyways... It's fine. Lots of people don't do... They're always asking what people are hunting. But you know... At the same time, I'm always putting it on the screen if I'm hunting for something specific. If it's still something a little bit more vague, I might not be having it on the stream layout. Most of the time there is more or less of a dark edge. Sometimes more straightforward than other times. Oh, Gligar number... I don't know, 18? I don't remember its high number anyways. That happens. I'm gonna go ahead and check out one last good draw. And as usual, I'm gonna be checking out until it's empty, of course. We'll be having an Alpha Gudra to be checking out for next time. I mean, you're not actually giving the Pokemon to the professor, but the professor just checks out if there is anything to be adding to the Pokédex that you're filling out. And the professor, he doesn't specifically be taking the Pokemons. But you need to be talking to the professor in order to be getting out of the place. Can't be, like, getting into another place if you don't talk to the professor. That's why you have to be talking to it every single time you want to re-enter an area. But yeah, last check of the day, indeed. Number 90. Nope, no good draw. I mean, I'm still glad that I did find one shiny alpha today. So that's pretty cool. And 7 more faces overall. So, nice. Here we go. Let's move the Gligar. We're indeed like 18 or something like that. Jesus, so many Gligars in this box, even though that Gligar is gonna be moved away. Let's show up what we found today, and then, you know, it's time to be heading off for me. we did start today off with 2 random Volt Orbs. A random next to decline score, like it's not a guaranteed spot for an Alpha Krygar. And right after that, a stupid Elekid. Then a random Parasect. And another Krygar. From Massive Mass Outbreaks. And another one from random ones. Yep. Nice progress again today. Indeed, I'm gonna be back most likely on Thursday next. But yep. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed on Thursday, hopefully. Until then, bye.